that's starting to come through. Get everything set up and ready. Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. We're here to continue on the rest of the Dawn Trail MSQ. We've just gone to a new zone called Heritage Found. Alright. I think we've only got 2 more zones to go. We'll find out. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasolani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. Oh, up at the town, okay. Okay. My finger itchy. Hi. I'm pretty sure this is Yasolani Station. But from the state of it, I'd say it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of it. We should look around a bit more. So what's going on here? This building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. Is it from the future? Not an alternate timeline, but a future timeline? Tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. Okay. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to look at this. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zaraljar's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yasolani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we are in Yasolani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and an enormous one to appear in a flash, if If I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We've encountered this phenomenon before as it happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yasiolani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. But if Aaronville says this is Yasiolani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? It's gonna be the same, I'm assuming. Aaronville. Huh? Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there for the next then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. Hey, that moved. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present a citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it and get going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Okay. It says it's down underneath, okay. Alrighty. Mr. Graha. Look over there, the lightning appears to be drawn yonder to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Go take a closer look. This material appears to be the same that is used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to be fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane ruins. These, I suspect, are not merely decorative. I would post it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Ishtola for a blessing. The dome doesn't appear to interfere with their link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Okay. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Ready for another work week. What in the world? Being watched by someone?
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
We saw... When the city got attacked, we saw that girl.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
What?
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Resolve?
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulihiola.
Ruh-roh.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
Take it there will be trouble if Zoralja hears of this. Isn't it a little odd for the Queen to be walking around on her lonesome?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Suspicion.
if things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
Interesting. I don't know why I skipped that. Anyway, been a long week. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn, perhaps about Sphene as well. Trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, that with the use of the electro has allowed us to fortify the buildings here as well as we can provide that nature cannot. Electro what? The electrode. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, She reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That has a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not
She's
here,
one of
but
those-
I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not
30
remembering.
years?
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Meaning this is a piece of another reflection. Do you suppose time is still passing faster here?
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yassolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living.
Not really.
Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Alright. Be back in a second. Okay. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but it hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life. We did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I'm sure there is much you wish to learn, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yupei's Hele, it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Yuppie Hele's. Just grab this etherite, and there's the gem trader over there. Okay. Go, go, go. Allow me to introduce you to Mahawasa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Exandria. She's well versed in a myriad of farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with other farmers is what allowed this place to flourish. Queen's Fiend, to what do I owe this sudden praise? My apologies for the interruption. I come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. I like the overalls. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahawasa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. Something's not right here. You go ahead, I'll keep Sven company. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wooklamart's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with other farmhands. Hmm. Something weird's going on here. Hey, Shannon. Yeah, it popped up. I was in a cutscene. I know you bought things. What did you buy? Oh, wow. Geez, that's cheap. That hat's cut. That hat looks cute. Is it the shirt and the? I think it's the shirt and the second one, or maybe both. At the top, yep. You said it right there. Dirt. That top's cute too. So is the skirt. Yeah, they're all cute. Oh, bloody. Hannah's already bloody woken up. You always look adorable. Look. You've been that through it, mate. Like, you deserve a treat. Light levels appear to be fine as for the power source. You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took me some time until I fully understood how to best carry out my duties. I also managed lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. You still want your camera? Yeah, well, oh, I've got to log into that too. I'll do that later. The land and the sky being what they are, ensuring rich harvest makes for constant work, but honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Thanks for liking the stream, Shan. Yeah. Bloody elbow. Thanks for liking the live, Shannon. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site, then. Oh, that's what you meant by here comes the money. You're going to send a gift. Thanks, Shannon. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground and much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't realize you were being Shane McMahon. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. Okay, I love you too, Shen. Have fun doom scrolling. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electro complicate our lives, but that's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what I do. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. Is that true? Look like dodos. So it is, which means we are connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content here with my life in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at Yupe's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers, then let us return to Mahuasa. So one thing that annoys me is like, they stop talking, they just stand there for like 3 seconds before it lets you do anything. Well, what are your first impressions of the farm? Everything was surprisingly normal. I was amazed that everyone loves their work. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but I jest. It's true that people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. They take their duties with good cheer. And what do you think of our little tour, Lamatier? Eh? Well, what did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water over the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that had a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river as we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of it if you'd like. The most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of Rizal of Tuliole. Regardless of the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Kara is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gratefully accept, but please take care, all. This ought to go even faster if you and I was searching lightning charge, blah blah blah. Bloop. Time passes faster here. Sir Kryle's parents probably long dead. Oh, over there. Ba, ba, ba. I can't, silly, there's gaps in there, but you can't walk through there. Silly. JT, no. Ah, you're both alright, thank goodness. We really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed, we won't have to ask for Zeralja's help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen's Fiend. That's enough, Master. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak of the king now. No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyways, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favoured us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. Of course, your precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Sphene, I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. Ah ha ha, for you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision could lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Alright. JT, I don't play Fortnite because I find it boring. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. Do you hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
Nearly time for what?
I'm glad you could make it.
Is that
Are you
Arundel's
with
mom?
us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you. We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be
Oh.
all right.
I should have known that.
What's the matter, dear?
She's saying woke them up.
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her.
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
was 30 years.
Namika, it's me. Wuklamat.
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
It's a soul cell, I'm wondering.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden.
It's the end of life.
I
thing.
had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
And you just lost your father.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
The crown on her head, it looks like the Ascian
I
mask.
see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphyn's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
No. Zorolja did
Ah,
that.
but of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zorolja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zorolja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father, and to do so, I intend to take Zorolja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
That's either where her gravestone is, or something else.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
Rick? So these thingies on their head is like...
Any person
Yeah,
seemingly
updates, so
forgotten
certain.
without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
I wonder if that's... I wonder if that's how Zaraja got back up after he was dead. Definitely something sinister going on here. What's going on? How could Papwani suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetherite. Something sus going on. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know the person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. Alright, sorry about that. Slight distraction. I don't recall caring for someone until recently, and you say that it was a woman named Namika? While I can't say for certain it was her, I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. It's like a digital afterlife or something. Like that TV show, Upload. What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked the outskirts for a good while now. If she'd spent time here, I would remember her. Something weird's going on. The plot thickens. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt the surge of ether corresponding to the act too, and I sensed none in the moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pepwani seemingly forgot, a light on the device in his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? I'm sure someone else said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continue making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, but perhaps we could search for Kakwa instead. Sveen said to try the Thunder Yards. Should be in this direction. Hey, there's an angry robot down there in the corner. You watching me? Impossible! Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. What? Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? It looks like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try track it down. Wow, bum 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 bum. You found it? To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. A chunky choco. heard faint voices coming from inside, so it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap, but be ready for anyone for a fight. Be ready, anyone, for a fight. Ooh, etheric current. Etheric current. I can hear them, several people up ahead. I can't make out the conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going, stay on your guard.
What is this?
LVL!
A trap?
It really is you!
What the crap?
Huh?
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light, and I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Elnespia!
Is that his mum?
My darling, what now?
Huh?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun. It's his mum or something.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elnespia was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Elnespia are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
This is gonna be interesting.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
I agree. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, I will need to ask her. So let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldessian? It's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Oh, thank God for that. I thought she was in the robot. Like, uploaded, then downloaded. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion we call ourselves. Our goal is to thwart Zeralja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see, whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. The truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is? As I expect you already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zeralja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? Excuse me, sorry. Oh. It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro technology, and that we don't wear. It is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends the soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and then they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource and payment for services rendered. The void sent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly I expect that act comes with this work. Oh, we're gonna flash back to 0 again, okay. It's not 0 as well, is it? Can't be. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? Wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten the Mika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? That's a bit sad. It is a kindness bestowed upon the world by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. I disagree with that. So this is what they meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It is a frightening function of the regulators and an integral step in soul cell production. But you're also wiping away all the good memories. I don't agree. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result of a fresh soul, free of impurities and ready for distribution and consumption. This is getting creepier and creepier. It's very cold, very mechanical. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here. On its surface, it's similar to the Yokui philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. It all comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Is this the first world they tried to... Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I think this is the first world that they tried to rejoin. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators were never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you've already met. She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zaralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction and speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice: live at the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. We already have. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Something sus is going on here. Everyone here? Good. It's the responsibility of the Thunder Yards hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Striker, one of these hunters. Defective sentry. Nope. I can't get around that, okay. Kakwa, what are you doing here, and with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. She's got the thing. Hold on, I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Sphene's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they were struck by lightning or attacked by a beast? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I'll take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Karkwa said you are a hunter. Wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to a lightning. The Thunder Yard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, hey? But these facilities are vital to the upkeep of Alexandria's infrastructure. So it falls to hunters like me to deal with the damage and do with any pains. Given the danger, we're all compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Of course, in which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. Not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. Oh, destination. Go, go, go. Let's go. Oh, okay. Another one. Let's... Da, 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 da. Big boy. This one will do nicely. Some monk. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. I don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh no. Look out. Ah! Did she just die? 12 preserve. She needs healing. Did she just die on purpose? Hmm. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Excuse me. Oh, this is what bloody Zoralja did. It's like limit break or something. Definitely looks like cheating. Just like Zoralja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator. Interesting. I think I understand how Zaraja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier who we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the King's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same, but in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, as if they allowed hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of peoples and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the use of preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what of the souls of the beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Striker. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws, too many and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Scent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all the domens... Okay, I missed the last bit of that. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all of this was developed hundreds of years ago. Civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. While we have all our thoughts on souls for now, the important thing is we know that know what power Zaraja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer Tulialal's concern. With this newfound power, Zaraja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. Is that gonna... Yeah! 100! Ooh, a new ability. Okay, need to check that out. The what's that? The worth of a soul. The worth of a soul. Come on. Complete main scenario quest gone and forgotten. Oh, okay, that was Dome Breaker. Okay. Alright, so I need to look at my skills quickly. Actions and traits. So, Star Diver, Starcross. So I don't have to put that on the bar? I'm assuming this is on one of these buttons now. I don't think I have to put that on the bar. Okay. I'm just gonna put it here, but I don't think I need it just yet. I trust you've gained an insight into the souls of Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was so overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to the Earth and Sky. At this rate, there's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head back to the tunnel. The bouncy ball! Choco choco. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolal and Alexandria. And while Zaraja knows everything about us, we hardly know anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower, Everkeep. So here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kakwa and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zaraja. Sphene too claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivionists instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point, and knowing Zeralja, we must assume this arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on, there's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Ooh. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tulialal. As you say, we have no proof it's actually Carpois, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war, striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that, we need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zeralja for good and all. What's more? I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? If it's a trap, then we'll deal with it when it's sprung. I trust you as well. Sigh. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Farquhar, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zeralja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As a vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zeralja in light of this. I propose that we work together to stop him for once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kakwa. Everyone, together we will achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoraljar's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public. He seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zoraljar will eventually march on Tuliolal again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked you, Tuliolal. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the Rite of Secession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that, I can only guess, but perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him, show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliolal again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliolal requires that Zoraljar lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, should we warn those outside? Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defences. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Ishtola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word to at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zoraljar to move on, you'd do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as if it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. About that, Sphene said that she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the Sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when we're working together. Attack back into sex chat. Come on. Come on. Come on, Gigi. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. Alright. Okay. Okay. Oh, bit of lag there. Okay. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayaki. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayaki is a Tonawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tuliolin and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. What happened to your dad? Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd been released but when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost memories of our mother, we didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard. Even here he thinks he's nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. While mine is a Tonawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food is delicious, and everyone is nice. So you'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts, all. Ah, Ilenishpia. One last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kao Kwa. She talks about you so much. It's clear how important you are to her. He doesn't know what to say, I guess. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Yep. Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hide it as you like. Okay. Racing Oblivion. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I thought so. Meanwhile, in FFXIV. Who's that? That's Zaralja, okay. Is he gonna get mad?
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wooglamart bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family.
Such a dick.
The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuklamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason.
So...
Uklamat, if you are Father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuli Yolal.
I can't wait to, like, stab him.
What now?
Right, Kakwa is waiting. Let's head to the tower. Excuse me. Go, go, go. Ah, there you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Zoralja's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see Sphene has betrayed us, eh? Thank you for your diligent service, my friends. My companions and I would like to pass if you'd be so kind. Outrunner Guide Unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified, verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits.
Everkeep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
It's very pretty.
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrobe, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliyolau. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations.
Actually, I agree with that.
And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralja's dominion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. Ah, the elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then.
So,
We'll show ourselves around.
So fake it till you make it, pretty much.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That, I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe.
Something sus is going on.
But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Kanashpir, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together?
Yeah, alright.
It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just So different from home is all.
Towers inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. But now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. Oh, so this is a big city, okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. No mounts here, obviously, either. It's very pretty, though. What is that? Ooh, better attune to that. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Ah, crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where we should go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. Oh, there's some kind of a crafting thing back there.
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Zeralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why, I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zoralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
What are you hiding?
You really are a curious one.
What are you hiding?
Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
I won't yield on this either.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely.
Yeah, jealous much?
I envy you.
Oh.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around?
Yep.
Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well. I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
She just seems lonely, but there's like something being hidden. Like the way Zoralja talked, it's like he's captured her family or something. The Queen's Tour. Let's begin then, shall we? I must say I'm really grateful. The place is so vast and confusing. I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near ley nodes, what you call aetherites. Remember this and you won't lose your way. And now seeing as it is right there, right here, I will show you to the Nexus arcade first. Right, whoops. The complex is home to all manner of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most anything here. 2 seconds. The dog needs to go to the toilet, so I will be 2 seconds. Yes. I'll have to go get them afterwards too. Everkeep's interior is as vast as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing. How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Ooh. Don't you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions were found through Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? What's it? Yes. The conveyors are powered by electro. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into it, just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, electrode can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion of wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat and is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind, while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. It's almost scary what you can do with electro. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. Oh dang! That's what happened here. You're a bad liar and you have a bad poker face. This shop over here, what does it sell? Ah yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. Curiouser and curiouser. Alright, chat. I'm just gonna get the dogs back in because it's freaking freezing out there. Good girl. I know. I need to get you to the bed. Come on. go. Move. Watch out. Okay. Oh. Bit cool in here now. Bloody winter. This shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. Thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I will purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I would recommend one of them if this is your first time. Select an item that interests me. What do we got? Slab of pink hexagons. Liquid filled pouch. Long rectangular bar. Hexagon patterned bag. Black and yellow tin. I'm gonna go the black and yellow tin. This here is cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable. This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken grown at the plant here on the 4th level. While they're all very tempting, I'm going to have the steak like you, Car. I'm absolutely starving. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. So, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers, and we'd love to see your reactions. This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture, Car. Let's dig in. Alright, here I go. Following Wicklamutt's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavoursome like Renique. The spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. And how about you? Ooh, do I get to say? It's interesting. It's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humouring me. This does take me back. Though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolal first arrived, we endeavoured to learn about one another and embraced our differences. Right. What about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat too? She's a robot. I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, but what's your favourite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favourite food? Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favourite food. It's such a difficult question. I'm sorry, it's just when I was thinking of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I was thinking of showing you the residential sector, but it's in part, so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation to be precise, and I believe that it will be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you've seen enough here, and then we'll make our way. Ready then? Let's head to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you of any places of interest that we come upon. Okay, so we can walk on those blue circles, I think. Air wheeler dealer. What's that? Oh, it's the bike. Wow. Can you... No, you can't even like see what it looks like. Okay. The Mosaic Cafe here. This is Mosaic, a cafe here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see in Tulialal there's simple establishments called Zabalya of Thai. That's seashell in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's a Hayun, who resembled Tanawata, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Malala. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colours, and thus did the founder choose them to name the cafe. That's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Tacos? A traditional Turali dish, and one of my favourites. You must try it one day. Yes, indefinitely. We'll make it happen once we've restored peace to Tulialal. Right, let's continue on. I like the music here. And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here, residential radius 9 to 14. Residential radius? That's right. Come, the door opens automatically. This is the lobby, a common area for residents. And I see, and what does that machine there do? Ah, the concierge. They look after the residents. If you require assistance or have questions, they will be glad to assist. Is that so? I have no shortage of questions, but I'll direct them at you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal concierge. Hey Sphene, can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of your countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin, or race, or occupation, or regulator usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those you met who work in the outskirts. You've taken care of everyone for 30 years. I'm truly grateful. Okay. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today. Is that alright? Of course. Friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please make yourselves at home. How has Milo's been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning. Oh! For a blessing, he still has his hearing. Even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. I see. Sphene visits often, does she? She does. Milo simply adores her. He sometimes even manages to smile when she's here. What of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There's nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age or illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically in these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make it a proper visit next time with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. So, thank you, Queen Sphene. Hey, he spoke! Poor fella. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy for your mother and for me. Thanks for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is part of a life in Alexandria. I thought you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milo smile again. Ooh, we're under 98 now. Okay. Let's update this now. 98. Hello. Alright, set this quest. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please do not worry. Next, I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities. A place called Resolution. To reach it, we'll need to go by the way of Laynode 9, where the Aetheryte is situated. I don't even know how to get to that area yet. Okay. In hand, what could be better? The conveyor ahead will transport you to the government sector where Resolution is located. The markings on the conveyor indicate its direction, and there is a pair just like on the other side. Okay. Is it safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, car. Says the person with air sickness, sea sickness, everything sickness. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to the citizens, such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show than tell. Let's proceed inside. So this is like Centrelink?
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians, and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
With knowledge comes appreciation.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while. In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world.
Okay.
According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved.
I understand now.
But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic until electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblum, committed its stores of electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
I was gonna say, That's what I was thinking of. So we've been to the first, which is the one with the crystal tower, which was flooded by light. We've been to the void, which is the 13th one, which is flooded by darkness. And so I guess we're going to go through each of the worlds and, you know, this one's lightning, this one's fire, this one's water, this one's earth. Like, yeah. Okay. I think I see where they're going with this.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime. But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
I still don't agree. I understand the
Your
reasoning,
Majesty,
but I don't agree.
help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential
Oh,
treatment.
dang. She really just said, oh well.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Uh-oh.
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents. I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we? Right. I believe we've visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
God dang.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import.
I'm pretty sure she's a robot.
It was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Zorolja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiolal.
I'd like that very much. It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Vau Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
I want it back. What was Sphene wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, it can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now, and it should probably go to Karqua's meeting point. That'll be back the way we came, I think. Something sus is going on here. Sphene genuinely cares for her people. I respect that for her, for that. And thanks to her tour, I've come to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. That looks kind of cool when you got it out. Alright, chess piece for this one, okay. So we're supposed to go to a place called True View in the eastern sector. This conveyor should take us right there. And you know, once you get used to it, it's actually kind of fun. Come on, car. This is the right place, do you think? I don't see the others though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Huh? Car? Look over there. There's a little... Yeah. Mamuja child. What are they doing here? You noticed too, right? The resemblance to Zoralja? The blue scars of Vabunawa and the features of a Hubago? This can't be a coincidence. At any rate, it wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them. So, if their king... Oh, okay. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Maybe they're married. And had relations. Okay. Oh, up there. Dude. I'm done. That time wouldn't happen to be it's about sightseeing logs, is it? Yeah. It's updating the sightseeing log. Yeah. Hmm. Now this is True View. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. Hey! Graphics card tower. That building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at the moment, I guess. What? I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm, we just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear? Could it be they want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? So it is. Alright, lead it the way. We'll begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to the destination without falling behind. Okay. Not yet. I want to go over there and get that thing. And the aetheryte stone. True View, lined with bars and lighting stadiums, True View is considered the finest entertainment district in Everkeep. The district's current name is based on the popular idea that only those who gather in its back alley streets see the truth of this world. Staid and uninspired, its official name has seemingly long since fallen out of use. Okay. Yep, follow. Excuse me. Alrighty, what did you want me to see, buddy? Is this where you wanted to bring us? What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. What's your name? No name? So you're still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. You know him? After a fashion, but never mind. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our special Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy too. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kakwa. But we ran into this child instead. Oh, so you're with Kakwa. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassos. He'll show you in. Dun-dun. What about him? I don't think he's in the mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This has taken a turn for the strange, but what do you think? We're walking into a trap, do you? Damned if this doesn't have suspicious written all over it. What is this fun place meant to be? Is Kakwa here? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. This area is normally off limits, but Karkwa's told us about you. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, Kar. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Put a shirt on.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation.
That's
The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology.
Oh, okay.
From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. But they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
So that's Kryle's
While
parents.
not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device.
Wait, what?
Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No.
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
I like how we're, like, getting the clip notes.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Kryle. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents. The founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves.
Except for your earring, darling.
I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Oh, I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shale.
Thanks, mate. What do you want? No shirt, man. Sorry, you had to see me passion spilling over. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know. And not to be weird or nothing, but I felt a sense of kinship when I saw you, as if we've met in another life. Any road, as I was saying, I need someone to lend me a hand. I've not slept for 2 nights, not a single wink, and I'm ripe to collapse. I cannot afford to, though. Got fakes relying on me. But if I'm to keep at it, I need you to fetch me my favourite energy tonic. The voucher's good for 2 cans. One for yourself, by the way. Can't get enough of the stuff at the old vending machine. You need to talk to a bloke named Philemon. You'll find him tending bar at the main strip. Off you go now. Okay. Welcome, what are you having? Here's my vouchers. Energy tonics you can't get from vending machines? How dare you suggest that I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you, and don't come back. Ahem, got a voucher? Slip it to me, then, nice and subtle. Ah, so you're collecting for Ganault. Can for him and a can for you, eh? Here you go, stuff is formulated for beginners, gentler than the full strength stuff. It's not contraband or anything, so you won't run afoul of the authorities, but if the Redina Consortium was made aware of my special selection, it'd be bad for business. Now, seeing as it's your first time, I want you to drink your tonic here just in case there's side effects. You drain the tonic in a single pull. Now that's how you do it. Your pulse ought to quicken soon. After a while, you'll start to see everything more clearly, and then finally you'll feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. It's Red Bull. Okay. Well, you haven't up and carked it, so hurry along and give Gunnolt his tonic. He tends to leave it to the last moment, and I expect he's about to keel over. Super Saiyan. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Alrighty. Heading to the back room. You've got the tonic? Give it a quick. Ah, that's the stuff. Ain't nothing like it to blow the cobwebs right out with a great big kaboom. Awakens something feral in me, transforms me into a remorseless beast that won't stop until it's done what it was born to do. Any road, sorry for sending you off on an errand like that. I just can't concentrate without me tonic, you know. And the pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. Those weapons and tools ain't going to enhance themselves.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamulja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Galulja.
Aww.
It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own, but just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days, and where should he turn up but in the wilds near Everkeep?
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be. giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gululja is Zorolja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gululja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
This is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kapkiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Alrighty. Ba-ba-ba-ba. If Gululja is outside the town, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he's used to getting around on his own, the wilds is still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kral and Raha continue reviewing the data, the three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from there. Fat Choco. Chubby Choco. Well, here we're outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone has caught sight of Gululja. Let's make inquiries nearby. Good idea. Can you handle the outskirts, Alize? In the meantime, Kara and I will head beyond that big wall. Gululja doesn't appear to be in the area. However, you catch sight of a group of people a short distance to the southwest. You spotted those two people too, yes? Perhaps they've seen something. Come on. Looks like some sort of salvagage. Well, let's ask if they've seen Gululja. Gululja isn't here. You know the boy? Have you seen him? Oh, forgive me. I didn't know you were... No offense taken. My name is Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people by their footfalls, including Gululja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I don't know your voices. Who are you to Gululja, and why do you search for him? I am family. Although we're not blood related, his father is my brother. I've only just met Gululja, and we haven't had the chance to talk properly. Her father is your brother? Then that means you're... Yes, I'm Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tuliolal. When all is said and done, Gululja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I will always consider him family. I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. It tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Gululja was headed south. There he is. There he has a place that's close. Anyway. Bind and bear your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept it and respect his wishes, as Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will, don't worry. But what do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. Ah, that sounds like Sphene, alright. Well, thanks for telling me about Gululja. I'll find him and then we'll have a good talk. We'll continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. What's that over there? It's a town. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks nothing like what we've seen so far. It's more Charlayan. Ah, there he is among the ruins. I only caught a glimpse. There's no mistaking that tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It'd be a disaster if a building collapsed while he was inside. Ba, 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 ba. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind a building. I'm pretty sure Galulja was heading further south. I'll contact Alizar and Linkbell and let her know to join us. Oh, okay, I thought that was a player. This is the area, but the canals and debris make it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. If you head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. When we find Galulja, let's watch from a distance until he gets to his destination. Wouldn't want to startle him and cause an accident. Doki 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 doki. Doki doki. Right. I don't understand what that means. Chief what? You've located Galulja. Follow him quietly without being noticed. Failed, okay. Oh, because it's blocked, okay. Alrighty.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder?
Oh, he's got his little pets there. Okay.
So he's looking after those little ones.
Gululja.
Oh.
Not another step!
What?
A sentry?
Run, Gululja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
Oh, he's not Galurja's child. He's
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
Because he kind of looks like a Mamulja in a robot suit.
But... I want to get to know her too.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Okay, so...
Vessel?
They've put someone's
Otis
soul
is
into
my
it.
friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you?
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
You're captain of the knights?
Been functioning for nearly 400 years.
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
He's not going to be able to go to the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
All right. A riposte it is.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
I think all the people in Alexandria are dead and they don't know. So, my new friends, I will enlist your aid in procuring the ingredients for our repast. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We're happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients do you have in mind? First of all, some yam and pumpkin. What the people of the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest. If you and Galuljar could go and speak to them. Sure, I'll ask for the cast-offs too, as usual. As for Kara and Alize, I would be obliged if you would procure some woolback meat. The creature can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes for a good substitute. That of the younger ones is especially as it is more tender and less gamey. Consider it done. You'll be back with the meat before you know it. Thank you kindly, and in the meantime, I shall see to the other preparations. Bet to find out some shit. I'm gonna go grab that aetherite. Oh. Can I not get in that? Is this a base of some kind? Oh no, it's a friendly city. Okay. Alright. Thank you for watching, everyone. It's gonna be the end of it for the night. I'll see you next weekend. And I hope you all have a good week. And yeah.